And we're live. Welcome to another YouTube Live, everyone. So this one's going to be a little bit different. We made a BTC market update and a crypto market update going through many of the alts yesterday. And not much has happened. We've just consolidated and take a little bit of a dip down. Let's quickly talk about BTC, where it is, and what we could be potentially expecting in the future and what we would want to see before we look to enter. But we are interested. This morning, the markets have been pretty crazy. Just overall, looking at stock markets, you see oil just took an absolute plummet. There's a lot of things happening. So for this Monday morning, when everything's opening after the weekend, I just want to assess how the market's been doing. I've been up since like 5:30, just looking at BTC consolidate. And then when the stock market opened, I assessed that. And then with just the overall global macro fundamental catalysts in play, I wanted to first, for Monday, assess how it's doing. But overall, let's just talk about what's happening on the 15-minute chart here. We see that we are seeing lower highs still hold, lower high. But at this point right now, we are seeing right now that the price is holding this resistance. But we're now testing it, as we can see, at this previous high right here. So right now we're in a consolidation sideways because we've held a key level of support. We see initially this support held, and then now we did get the push down and the pullback back up. But on the 4-hour, on the 15-minute, it's down. But on the 4-hour, it's just the wick to the downside. On the hour chart, we can see that it is just a wick to the downside, but we don't want to be looking to enter just yet. But it's looking more and more favorable. We see a no supply candle right here. We talked about a no supply candle on our Discord. Let's just look back right here, Bitcoin markets. And we talked about a no supply right here. Give me one moment here. No supply, have tiny bodies, and then we talked about that within the discussions and questions. And this is that no supply that we talked about. And then we were saying we were looking for it. And this is a video for our Performante Premium members. So it did come to fruition, which is a good sign that we could see a potential reversal here. On the 4-hour, we do see that the candle closed, and the next 4-hour candle has commenced with a little bit of bullish pressure coming into the market right now. Zooming out a little bit further, we can see we're basically right at our key horizontal zone that we're looking to hold, that we've been eyeing up for a while here, which is a good sign. And, we've been making basically a straight line from the $9,200 zone to our current levels. So, in my opinion, it isn't due for some level of a pullback. Now, we will want to make sure that we are trying to get the highest probable situation and really making sure that this support is going to hold. But at this point in time, we're just seeing how the prices are reacting to many of the fundamental factors that are taking place with both the stock market, with crude oil. Gold dropped a significant amount recently, so there's a lot of movement within many different asset classes. So don't want to jump right in, and we want to stay patient, see how Bitcoin reacts to a lot of different things happening here in the world. So OE, yes, Keith, let's get that bread today. Yeah, definitely being a little bit more patient because of, like I said, the many fundamental factors at play, but I'm definitely looking for opportunities here. That $78-ish $100 level of support looks like it's holding well. After that massive push to the downside, I think we would get some level of correction back to the upside. Looking back at the previous moves that have been somewhat like that, we do see that we are getting some pullbacks. Today my Wi-Fi is being really, really slow compared to most. But not too many comparable things. I guess this is to the other way. But We will see. Mainly I'm just sticking on the 15-minute chart here and seeing if it's going to break the consolidation sideways, because right now in my head we're still making a consolidation sideways. We are not yet in an uptrend. Obviously we're still making lower lows, but in my opinion we're potentially going to make a consolidation at this point, because we are now going to potentially break this descending trend line, and then if we are able to hold that low for a third time, well then that would be fantastic. So we're on the 15-minute chart, so it could happen today. There's not anything to do right now in my opinion, so we're just going to patiently wait until the price action kind of unravels a little bit more. But this morning has been good. It's been holding. Link has been holding. It did push the downside, but we see massive wicks here protruding below the zone, but our very well placed trend line really captures exactly where that zone was. So we saw a push to the downside, and we see the candle opened and closed basically right at the top here, and then we got the bears to push the price all the way down. But then that same 1 hour time frame, the bulls pushed the price right all the way back up higher than the open, signifying that that level is a pretty strong zone for support that we've been holding for a while here. So now we're back and holding within our squeeze that we're seeing within the descending projection and the ascending projection, as we can see, and then this is the apex of the pattern. So we'll see what it does. It's a little bit unstructured today because I'm not doing a normal regular crypto market update, mainly because I'm only really looking at BTC right now, because right now it's a very pivotal time, and instead of trying to create a sympathy play for myself and trading an alt, I'm mainly looking at BTC because it just was very volatile, made a massive move to the downside. There's a lot of volatility in the overall investment space, looking at stocks, looking at commodities. There's a lot of movement, a lot of fear, uncertainty, which I don't know how BTC is going to react exactly to this news, because let's actually take a look at gold, because that is obviously a main hedge against uncertainty and overall a hedge in economic turmoil. And we'll just see how it is today. So we made a strong push to the upside, got a strong bearish push and massive bearish candle back down to our previous level of resistance, new level of support. And now we're testing these highs here. So it's actually looking bullish overall, which is good news for BTC here. Let's look on the 4-hour chart. Pretty major rejection at our 1685 resistance, but overall, you know, it's looking pretty good. We got a 15-minute candle to close, so we'll just see how the 5 minutes are looking on these alts here. But I'm definitely interested in might even enter right now a little bit, to be honest. Didn't break our resistance zone, but would be a feeler trade. We got increasing buy volume, which is great to see. Just looking at potential risk reward parameters, I'd put my stop loss below our previous low, so around a 2.8 risk reward. And then looking at a minimum reward of maybe around here. If we reduce our risk a little bit, then we would obviously have to get less. My mouse is acting up again. I'm just going to change the battery, or not change it, but like push the batteries in here a little bit more. Usually sometimes that helps. All right, there we go. So maybe 2%. We'll see if it breaks or not, but you know, we haven't broken the trend line yet, but if we push here and get a pullback, we're just looking at risk rewards. We're looking at potential trade plans. We do see a zone here that we could reject off of, so we just got to keep that in mind. I might make that a little bit thinner of a zone and bring it all the way down here. So looking at risk rewards, 2 to 1 is kind of the minimum we're looking for. So if we're able to maybe hit that zone, that wouldn't be bad, but then we'd be risking around 2%, making around 4%, maybe a little bit more. So then our risk reward is basically 2, which is not bad. I don't mind. That would, for me, be the minimum that we want to hit, depending on how strong the bounce is. It depends. Let's just look at the next zone on 8,200. So then looking at the next key zone where we're going to be hitting is around 8,200. So it makes sense on the larger time frame as well, because if we're bouncing from our current support around 78, our next major level of significance is going to be around 82. As we can see, strong level of both resistance and support back in January 23rd and around 12th. We can see resistance turning into support. So if we do get a strong bounce from the demand, from the bulls, from the buyers around this zone, we could expect some level of sensitivity, some level of reaction around this zone. So, you know, we're kind of building a trade plan here because we made a strong push to the downside. We see very strong volume coming in. It's just a matter of if we're going to continue to the downside or not, because we're not entering just yet, but we're seeing a lot of movement to the downside, and looking at pullbacks here. You know, if we were looking short, this would be a potential opportunity for a pullback. Just looking at the different markets here, I think Ethereum actually looks the best out of all of them. So yeah, we're basically right at our zone here. So it's just a matter of, do we actually want to set the trade up, because it looks pretty good overall. We're seeing less. So we got our first injection of sell pressure coming into the market. Go above the previous high. 2 risk reward for our first level of TP. When you buy, you just do a market order or get a limit. So I usually do a limit order, because if you do a market order, you have to pay for the spread, and you might get some slippage that you might not want. But you know, if you are able to do a limit order, obviously it makes more sense, because you're able to pick exactly the price you're wanting to enter or exit in, compared to if you're doing a market order and the market's just going to throw you whatever the case may be, and then you might get some unexpected slippage, which is not an ideal situation to be in. So it's up to you, obviously, but the better option would be to use a limit order instead of market order, because you don't get any slippage. You know exactly where you're going to get in, and that is definitely a good thing in the markets, because you're trying to reduce uncertainty, and market orders is going to give an extra level of uncertainty to your trade that is already uncertain, because you're speculating in the market. So, you know, reducing uncertainty is a good way to try to trade, and using market orders or using limit orders and not market orders is just another way to try to reduce uncertainty. So we're getting quite the rejection here. Let's see how the other alts are doing. EOS, strong level of support here, turning into new resistance. We got our first injection of sell pressure coming into the market on the 15-minute. Let's check on the 5-minute here. Gonna stick with the 15-minute mainly, but we'll see how it reacts. We'll see how BTC goes, because we do see a no supply there, so that is an indication, and we are testing a level of resistance right now. I don't want to enter a trade just yet, but if we do see a double injection of sell pressure coming in, if we do see some more volume distribution, maybe a bearish engulfing candle, EOS is looking pretty good, because we have a very strong level of support here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very dependable zone that we can see. And then now we broke it. Very clear break, strong move to the downside, and now we got a strong move back up to the upside testing this previous support as a new level of resistance. So it's a good opportunity, but like always, Bitcoin is going to be the market leader. We always want to be looking at that first and foremost, and that's kind of why I am hesitating to trade these alts right now, is because we're in a very volatile time, not just for crypto, but for markets in general. And to me, it makes sense to trade not the underlying asset, but the asset that will move the rest of the overall market for the majority of the alts that we're going to be trading. Link is kind of an outlier because Link does its own thing compared to many of the alts that we're trading. We can see it's holding almost at the all-time high or close to it, not right there, but in very close range to it compared to many of the alts that we're trading, which are nowhere close. So it is somewhat holding similar to BTC, but then also it is in a range of its own where it's seeing a lot more buy pressure come into the market. So we have to consider that, because if there is overall more bullish sentiment coming in with Link already at that great area and already at a attractive looking price, because yes, you could say that it looks overvalued compared to the other alts, but then you can also look at it in a view of it's holding really well and it's seeing levels of buy pressure that other alts are not during times when BTC is moving to the downside like we have been seeing recently. So there's two ways to go about that argument, but for me personally, I do think that because it's holding up better than a lot of these different alts, there is a level of buy pressure that is holding Link's price up more than, for example, you can see on XRP, which is a little bit surprising, but just looking at the price action, that's what it's telling me. And on the weekly and daily, you see major volume accumulation on Link paired with US Tether, which is a strong sign as well. OE Shim, do you have an explanation for why Link acts like that? To be completely honest, no, I don't. I trade every single day, so I've figured just through experience that Link does kind of have its own story in some sense, where it doesn't exactly follow BTC, whereas if you look at Ethereum and Litecoin, they are not exactly the same as Bitcoin, but they do follow a much more similar pathway and the moves as what Bitcoin sees. So there's definitely some positives to be able to trade assets within the same asset class that is not going to directly be correlated with BTC in a sense. Matic's another one, but it sometimes has less liquidity and less volume to trade in and out when you're trading smaller time frames, and Link has a very significant large amount compared to Matic. So that's why we're mainly looking at Link. But right now we're not going to do a whole lot. I just thought I'd put the YouTube live up because it just makes sense for people who have any questions, and for students who are wondering the position I'm currently at, just have this open all the time. And obviously for people who are not students and who have any questions, but like always, we can't explain everything, and we do have a very in-depth Discord that we are able to explain basically our entire system, how we trade, what we're looking for, and kind of everything in between. So we'll see how the market goes. We're not really doing anything right now, but other than just watching, because it's a Monday, we're just seeing how the market's reacting to a lot of the volatility that we've been seeing. So just gonna check the other S&Ps and gold and whatnot. Wow, SPY down 6%. Yeah, that's brutal. TVX is absolutely exploding, making sense. Gold's seen quite a bit of resistance around the 1685 range, but overall we are still seeing the price hold up kind of close to the highs that we've seen recently here. This is gold on the 1 hour chart. So see a level of previous resistance, new support, getting a nice squeeze in price around here. So definitely seeing buy pressure within the 1665-ish range, and let's just dive in even into the smaller time frames here. Yeah, we're just basically in a consolidation right out of support, seeing good buy volume coming into the market, which is good. We're seeing decent amount of volume at the lows, signifying that they are key levels within the chart. Yeah, that one right there, definitely huge rejection. So yeah, looking pretty good. Oops, let's get that back. That was the top one, which is going to be right here. All right, so 20 minutes in. If anyone has any questions, just drop them in the comment section below. But not in any trades yet, but we are looking. We are slowly making sure that BTC is kind of acting in a way that is in line with the story that we're trying to portray, using the 3 pillars that we use, using market structure, price action, as well as volume spread analysis, VSA, looking and building a relationship between the supply and demand and the historic volume and the price action. But yeah, lots of volatility in the markets for sure. Let's also open up the SPY, or the S&P 500. Or you can call it the SPX, same thing. Yeah, definitely slow connectivity here. All right, so we got a 15-minute candle to close, and let's see what the next one does. We did get less sell volume, which is great to see for a potential bullish bias. If this next candle closes bullish, this would be a no supply candle, because the 2 previous volumes, as we can see, was greater than the candle that just closed. And then if we do get one more bullish candle within this next 15-minute time frame, then that would validate that this candle is a no supply, and then this candle is a no supply. And then if we also break our previous high and our descending zone, well, then that is the overall criteria that we are looking for potential reversal, because we're getting a lot of no supplies. We're getting strong bullish engulfing candles, or just strong bullish candles in general. We got a bullish engulfing candle here with more buy pressure than the next bearish candle, and then we got another bullish engulfing candle engulfing the previous no supply. And then right here again at the resistance, we should be seeing high levels of sell pressure when we are at a resistance and we see a no supply. We see a reduced amount of sell pressure, a reduced amount of supply, where there should be more resistance. So we see that twice. We see more buyers entering the market. Just on the 15-minute time frame for Binance, it's looking like the shift is occurring within the volume, as well as the price. If it breaks this descending zone, gives us an indication that it's breaking the price action, the descending zone, breaking the price action, as well as the market structure. This is a recent high. Resistance, support around 7,888-ish. Obviously, it depends on the exchange, but definitely looking like we could see a break. Like I said before, we're going to be very patient, but we are looking at the markets for an opportunity. And if we don't get it, if that's a rejection, hopefully we get a nice pullback here for a double confirmation because we were looking at Ethereum and potentially EOS for a short opportunity. Now we haven't entered them just yet because of our bias on BTC. But it still is an option, right? That zone right there, if we get a nice pullback, we've rejected pretty aggressively off that zone here. Didn't really get double confirmation. It was just straight 1, 2, right up, down. No real hesitation at that zone. But we'll see how this goes. This is only the 5-minute candle with a 5-minute time frame. Let's go to the 5-minute time frame. Actually, the 15 looks better on EOS, so I'm going to stick with that and see how this candle comes in, because right now we're seeing less sell volume coming in, so we might get a double confirmation here. Ethereum, like I said, it's a 5-minute, so we got to be a little bit more cautious. We got our first significant injection of sell pressure pushing the price down, really forming and validating this new nice resistance, which was our previous level of support. So I can delete this and then just refine this line a little bit more from here. Oops. There we go. So that's that zone of confluence for the resistance area. And EOS, that's not really a zone of confluence because we can't really see it unless we're drawing a potential zone maybe from here. And then it could potentially create a zone of confluence. Oops. So that is an opportunity, I think, for a level of confluence. We don't want to depend on it too much, but it does create a little bit more of a zone where we have a little bit more dependability, and because we have our first anchor point and then our second touch, is not really a dependable zone as of yet, but if we get one more validation, which is going to be our third touch, then we can potentially have a dependable zone at this area for EOS. But we are still waiting for BTC because we talked about the volume looking a little bit more bullish for BTC. We want to be patient. Just gonna stick on a smaller time frame here on a different monitor. Just give me one moment. All right. So the next 5-minute candle just commenced. We'll see where it goes. We still got just under 10 minutes left on the 15-minute. Ethereum pushed down pretty significantly here. And if we are able to see that double confirmation for a level of a resistance, where EOS is currently at right now, because the volume definitely looks a little bit more bullish on the short term, but on the long term, we want to make sure that as well. Just look on the 5-minute chart for EOS. Just seeing a slow trend down here. It's almost kind of making me want to get a little bit of exposure to the downside. Give a decent amount of room, around maybe 3.5%. Somewhere around there. And then we got a potential zone of confluence where there could be a little bit more sell pressure coming in. But The $7,800 zone on the 4-hour is very, very important. Drew this in, talked about it, and really, really wanted to illustrate this strong level here. So right now we are right at that zone, so we want to be patient and try to capture an opportunity either to the upside, because I think that there will be an aggressive move either to the upside or to the downside from this zone, because it's a pretty key zone on the chart here. But we'll be patient. Lots of movement in overall market so far, though. SPY's holding resistance. Not making a lower low, though. If it makes a lower low, I think it's definitely going to drop a little bit lower here. Getting a little pullback from Ethereum. Seeing BTC hold. 6 minutes to go till the 15-minute closes. Turn my phone on to silent here. All right, well, might as well start the TikTok live here, because we definitely get some traction from TikTok as well. So we're going to get that going. We'll probably get some interaction from people who are interested about overall stock market or crude oil or something along the lines of that. So that'd be interesting to talk about. But we are seeing that buy pressure slowly come back in here for Bitcoin. Patience is definitely extremely important here. We don't see a break yet. We don't see a key directional move. You know, EOS looked appealing and Ethereum looked appealing for a short, but the main market leader is going to be Bitcoin, and we have to understand that. So it's made. If this is a low, you know, we got 3 minutes left, and this is seeing less supply than the previous 1, 2, 3, 4. How many candles is this? Many candles up to this zone here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 27-ish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, like 18. I don't even know. I can't even count. Give me one moment here. I'm looking really far away. I'm going to zoom in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Minimum of 10, or we're counting all the way to this one here. But anyways, regardless, it's a very limited amount of supply that we're seeing right now in the market if this does close bearish, which is good for a potential long bias trade if we are looking for one, which doesn't really look like we have one at the very moment unless we are looking at BTC. But longing when every other asset class is dumping is, I don't know how I feel about that. We'll see how it moves. The thing is, it's very uncorrelated. And we're also looking at gold as well, which isn't doing terrible. It's actually not doing so bad. And if we just put a nice little trend line there, you know, it's holding a nice ascending trend line. Could be doing worse. Could be doing way worse. It's consolidating. Obviously, it's not going to be a direct correlation with gold and BTC, but it's good to have some knowledge of where the markets are. So we got the S&P, we got gold. I think that will be kind of my global macro. I can also put, well, I guess I know where the interest rates are already. We could put crude oil. If we wanted, we can see how that's doing. Yeah, that's a market drop for sure. Okay, got a minute and 20 seconds left. It's looking like it could turn green here. Bit of a rejection. So we'll see how it reacts. If it rejects again, we have double confirmation. We have 2 injections on EOS. If Ethereum can climb back up, that's good. EOS is looking a little bit better for a potential entry from a risk-reward standpoint. But we'll see how it reacts here. We got 1 minute left on the 15-minute. Okay, we got it to close bearish, and it was less volume than the previous many handful of candles, which then mean that it is a no supply. And if this candle closes bullish, well, then that would validate that it is a no supply. So we'll see how this next 15-minute candle closes here. Oh, our YouTube live is not looking phenomenal. I have ordered, so I'm currently using Wi-Fi for my internet right now, and I have currently ordered a Ethernet cable, and I will connect the desktop once I get it very shortly. I have Amazon Primed it, so it should be coming very shortly. Might put on a hedge short on this one right here. Risk of 2.6. Because it's just not able to push down We are right at a support, like we talked about. But this would be a feeler trade until we get more of a confirmation, but having some exposure to the downside might not be a bad thing, but you know, if we see 2 injections, that is our confirmation. That is what we're looking for. Although on EOS we see more buy volume on that doji candle than we do on the first injection of sell pressure, which isn't ideal, but price action and market structure both are indicating a sell. VSA overall is a sell, more sell pressure than buy pressure, but within the consolidation we see more buy pressure than sell pressure. But overall we obviously are seeing volume distribution with the massive moves to the downside. So don't want to be too patient, but it is Monday morning still. It's 10 o'clock on a Monday. We got tons of time left, but we are still wanting to obviously make money from good opportunities here. I think EOS is probably the best one we've seen today, or not probably, it is the best opportunity we've seen today. So far, but as of right now, Bitcoin is still at our support here, and we're seeing that slow down with the wick and then the support hold 1, 2, and now 3 times. We've still got 2 hours and 40 minutes on the 4-hour time frame. On the 15-minute, you know, we're still holding this level of support here, so don't want to enter too quickly, but then also this is a pretty damn good opportunity if it does close bearish here, because that would be a pretty good situation for us to find ourselves in. I'm going to just see what the market does here for a little bit. Oh, also, I'm going to make that TikTok live that I was talking about. Cool. All right, we're now on TikTok Live and YouTube. But not a whole lot to talk about right now. We're just seeing how BTC reacts to the squeeze here. We're holding a level of support on a 4-hour time frame is very significant. And we're also holding a descending trend line connecting the lower highs, so we're getting squeezed towards the apex. We're basically getting right towards the apex at this point, so the price has to make a choice either to move to the downside, make a lower low, or it's going to break that descending trend line and potentially make a higher high, and then we'd potentially look to enter on the higher low if it does get formed. But as of right now, we don't really see the price break in either direction, so we're not going to be entering. But we are keeping our eyes peeled, waiting for an opportunity here. There's not as much volatility right now in the markets for crypto, but as we can see recently, just looking at the 4-hour and the daily chart for different assets, it's been very, very volatile recently. So gold's been volatile, and obviously the SPY has been moving to the downside quite aggressively. Seeing a lot of people in uproar, or definitely a little bit of fear in the markets for sure. That to halt the stock market. I haven't done that for many, many years. Gonna go to the washroom. I will be back though. But We're not seeing much movement here within this candle, but if this does close red, we'll see how much volume the price brings with it. But we got 2 injections of sell pressure coming into EOS, which for me, I can't say is going to be an instant entry just on that note. But this looks like a really good setup for EOS. The only thing that I'm hesitant on about this is going to be the volume, which isn't super bearish at this point, looking at just the volume within the consolidation, as well as BTC testing the resistance. I do think that there's a decent amount of support here around 78, 77. So those are my, I guess you say qualms, or my my hesitations currently on the market, but they aren't going to stop me from taking action if I need to. I'm just going to see how the next couple candles close here, because I really want to make sure that I'm able to understand which way the price is going, because right now we could just see the price hold and then dump down below 77, and then obviously this entry in EOS would be a phenomenal entry. But at the same time, the volume within Binance on the 15-minute chart right here does show that there is less sell volume than buy volume. We are seeing no supply candles, indicating that it could be a sign of weakness, meaning that the bulls or the buyers could start then taking control and taking confidence of the market. This in line with our longer term support at 77, 7,800 does give me a little bit of hesitation when shorting, especially because we've held the price twice and we've seen climactic volume when we have seen the price seeing higher than ultra high volume or higher than average volume when we are hitting the zone, signifying that this is a strong level where there's going to be a lot of interaction, a lot of buyers at this area, because it's taking a lot for the price to come down to that level. There's a lot of interaction, and then we see it instantly reject the first time, indicating yes, there's a decent amount of buy volume, and then we're coming back again, we're seeing that interaction. So we'll see if it'll make a potential double top or double bottom, sorry. And if it fails, if it holds this trend line, we may not get the absolute best entry on EOS, but patience is important, but you don't want to be too patient, because obviously then you lose your entries. But at this point in time, I just have a strong conviction that $78, $7,700 zone is strong, and we've seen the price just get absolutely pummeled here. And I know I'm counter trend bias and counter trend trading in a sense in terms of the bias of the overall trade, but just getting beaten to the downside. And we've already established that yes, this is a strong level where there's going to be levels of buy pressure coming into the market, and we know that this is a strong level. So with that in mind, that's why I'm looking at the market in the way I am. Is I'm not trying to short sell everything. I'm being very, very patient, trying to see what BTC does before entering any alts. Normally, if I was looking bearish on BTC, if there's no major support, I would definitely be entering EOS. But at this point in time, because of Bitcoin's current support, I'm being a lot more hesitant in entering, because it's a Monday, because I am seeing how BTC is reacting, because we've already taken a massive tumble. If we're going to nosedive beyond that, I think it's going to be another aggressive fall as a last capitulation push to the downside, which would then mean that basically every single alt will see another push, which we could capitalize on. So got 3 more minutes. Like I said, I was going to take a piss, but I didn't. I think I will right now, and then I'll come back before that 3 minutes is up, and then we'll see where the candle closes. So we'll see how it goes. First, actually, I'm going to check on the TikTok comments, and then I'll go take a piss here. So pump for Bitcoin now. We'll see how it goes. We don't have a confirmation just yet. It's been in a very bearish momentum movement all the way throughout the weekend. So we'll see if it continues or if it's going to halt around 7,800, 7,700 as of this moment. That is our key structural level of support. So we're currently getting a squeeze at the 15-minute time frame. So we'll see where the price ends up a little bit later, probably this afternoon. Are we just watching the market? Yep. I'm currently just watching the market. Don't have any active trades on in the crypto market right now. I am a full-time cryptocurrency trader, so this is what I do every day. I just watch the market and look for opportunities. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yo, what up? SPX be crashing dough on Crypto Fanboy 420. Yeah, it's insane, man. We are getting a lot of volume in Bitcoin. It is possible for a nice retracement than a dump. Yeah, possibly. That's kind of what we're looking for right now. We got a massive movement to the downside already, and we're holding a $7,800 level right now. We're getting a squeeze. We'll see how it goes. I'm a little bit hesitant on entering alts at this moment because Bitcoin is in a pretty peculiar place. I want to see more confirmation from Bitcoin. I don't care if I'm not going to get the absolute best entry on some of these alts, because at the end of the day, Bitcoin is king. Bitcoin is going to be the main player, the main pair, the main asset that we're going to be looking at within the cryptocurrency market. That is the number one thing that we have to be looking at, because there's no other alt that holds nearly as much dominance. It's like 66% or something. 67? Let's check right now. Coin Market Cap will be the website that you use. It's currently at 64% BTC dominance. So if you added up every single coin in the entire cryptocurrency market, including Bitcoin, added them all up together, 64% out of the worth out of every single coin is going to be from BTC. So that just shows you the significance of Bitcoin. Very important stuff. Up the volume. Thank you. Do you have a silver sitting in front of the monitor? I sure do. Yep, it is a 10-ounce silver bullion bar. I'm a fan of precious metals. I know that some people think that they are not really an investment or something, and then some people only invest in silver metals, or precious metals like silver and gold. But I think they're a great hedge. It's a physical asset that you own. For example, in some hypothetical world, if the internet went out, I would have basically a lot of my assets in cryptocurrencies completely vanish like every other investor. And if you're, for example, trading or investing in futures or indexes, you don't physically have it. So, worst case scenario, just having a physical asset that holds value over time is, in my opinion, a good hedge overall in case of any bad situations. So, got a 15-minute candle to close. I am going to take a piss because I've been saying I was going to take a piss for a while. So I'll just do that and I'll come right back. Got no other comments. What about shipping companies? Yeah, I'll talk about that later. Let's take this here. All right. Hi. How's it going? What about shipping companies? So, not exactly what you mean by shipping companies. Amazon, UPS, 3PL. He'll be back. Yep, I am back right now. Hopefully you're able to hear me. Sitting pretty close to the microphone right now. So we're looking at cryptocurrency market. More specifically, we're looking at Bitcoin for a long opportunity and EOS for a short opportunity. But right now, we have not entered the market just yet. We're patiently waiting for us to get more confirmation before we enter. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with EOS's trade as well. Looking at the larger time frame. Yep. All right, cool. So that's good. Very volatile though. We got to be very careful what we're doing here. So, it keeps going in and out as far as volume. If you're talking about Bitcoin, I'm not sure what asset you're talking about, but if you're talking about BTC, yeah, it's at a pretty key zone where there's going to be buyers and sellers pretty well on both sides. So we'll see how it goes right now. Seeing not much buy pressure coming into the market here. But, we're really close to the apex. And I personally would just rather wait to see BTC break in either direction. Although EOS does look like it's in a good opportunity here. Key level of support turning into new resistance. Zone of confluence at the descending zone. But like we said before, BTC is in a squeeze. The $7,800, $7,700 zone is a pretty important area of support that we have to consider, and we've held it we've held it twice here now. And if we do break this descending zone, it could be a potential nice double bottom. So we have to make sure that we are being very cautious of any shorts and really ensuring that we are letting Bitcoin lead, and we're not trying to predict what Bitcoin does. We're trying to find the story, what Bitcoin's doing, and then trade Bitcoin's story instead of like predict it in a sense. Like it's hard to explain without actually like trading, but you see indications. It's hinting at certain things instead of saying it's going to do A, B, C, and it has to do this. You're letting Bitcoin take the lead, and then you're just following what it's doing, and then hopefully you're able to follow it to a point where you're almost matching it, and then that's where you're able to make profits. It's a psychological game as well, because you have to be in the flow and be able to understand the price action and stick to it, not just periodically look at the charts, but be immersed in the price action basically. Like look at it every single day, as many times as you can, kind of. But it's definitely helpful. So, like I said, just patiently waiting. But at this 15-minute candle, we're seeing a little bit more volume coming in the previous one, as well as it's looking like it's a little bit more bullish, closing a little bit more higher, or currently is higher than the open of the candles. So we'll see where it closes here, but I'm pretty happy with the level of me not doing anything right now to be completely honest. I know it's might be looking bad. I'm not taking action, but you know, to make 10% a month, you only need to make 2.5% a week, or to make 20% a month, you need 5% a week, or whatever the math you want to work it out to. But if you break it down in terms of a weekly basis, looking at it by monthly, it definitely puts things into perspective. You don't need to be taking a trade every single day if you're able to get these really good opportunities. Because this single trade right here, you're risking 2.6, minimum risk reward, let's say, is at a 2, so you're taking 5.5% off. And then if it's able to go down further, that's fantastic. But yeah, it's tough choices that you got to deal with. But my choice is to see what BTC does before I enter EOS. Okay. It keeps going in and out as far as volume. Oh, volume on the mic. Okay, I gotcha. What time frame is best to look at the squeeze? For BTC, I'd say the 15 minutes a good time frame to look at the current squeeze. You can find the key level of demand depending on which time frame or which exchange you're using by going on the 4-hour and the daily, and then a good time frame to look at for the smaller time frame squeeze is definitely the 15, I would say. Is it good to buy stocks in crude oil now? That totally, no one can tell you exactly what's going to happen to crude oil, the same as any other asset class. If you're able to manage risk, while there's a lot of sell pressure coming into BTC right now in the order book, just looking at the 5-minute chart on Binance here, a little bit of a pickup here, but yeah, we'll see how it closes, but it's looking a little bit more bearish as time goes on here. I might be entering a little bit late, but I might be entering this short here on EOS. Like I said, I didn't mind being entering a little bit late, but at this point in time, we do see more sell pressure coming in, and that's a decent rejection here from BTC. So we'll see if it's able to come back, giving us a little bit better of a risk reward. If it dumps even down further, we'll just have to look for other opportunities. We see Link came back pretty strong, and it's holding this zone yet again, so that could be an opportunity here for us. Like so, we're able to manage our risk right there. So that is a potential for us to be entering short. And then EOS does look like it's falling further here, but and then Ethereum is kind of out of the question. We did have a good area here that we were looking at, but as time went on, obviously we saw it continue to go to the downside. Surprising that XRP is actually not further down. But patience is the name of the game here. It depends on what kind of trader you are, though. I had difficulties with over trading when I was starting out. So at this point in time, as me trading for years, I'm at a point where I'm kind of the polar opposite where I used to be, because I worked on the challenges that held me back for a while, thus getting me to a point where I might not take as many trades, but then I'm trying to find what I would say I feel proud to take that trade. And there's, might not come every single day, obviously, but it's hard to always find trades that you'd say, I feel proud to take this trade because it's a great, great, great trade. But you do what you can. You might miss some trades, but that comes with it. EOS gaining a little bit more buy volume. If it comes back, that then could be a good opportunity, because the Link is just kind of breaking the support zone, but it's not really showing anything that's I don't really love it too much. Even XRP is not a phenomenal trade in my opinion. I guess that's okay, but we'll see what BTC does. I think EOS is a better option. If it does climb a little bit higher up and then we're able to get a little better of an entry, that would be pretty good. But we will see. Okay. Are we only focused on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in this live? Yes, you are correct. We are only going to be focused on Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, which are called altcoins, in this current live. I have idea. What should I buy right now with 2K? I'm personally not going to tell you what to buy. That is 100% your decision that you should make with proper due diligence and making sure that you understand your risk parameters and not listening to random people on the internet and following them blindly. Gotta have a reason why you think it'll either go up or down, not just because he or she said so, is because, you know, of the reasons that make it far greater than just because this person said so. Is you have, you know, data that you're working with that give you information that is able to provide some sort of edge, ideally, in a situation. What did you buy today? I currently am not long anything, so I have not bought anything just yet. I'm patiently waiting to see what the market does. It's a Monday morning after a weekend, and the markets are going pretty crazy. So right now, the crypto markets aren't seeing a lot of volatility. They saw a shit ton over the weekend, but at this point in time, they're not seeing a tremendous amount of volatility, although I am keeping a very, very close eye and looking to enter potentially, but, you know, we're just patiently waiting at this point in time because BTC's in a squeeze. We haven't broken out of the squeeze, so I just want to make sure that I'm picking the right direction before I look to either go long or short, because Bitcoin is holding a level of support at around 77, which I know has been a support in the past, which indicates that it could be a support in the future. So in that said, we are not wanting to short into a strong key level of demand or a key level where buyers are going to be located. That's going to be a losing trade. So we're sticking to our plan here, because our plan states that we should, because we've had it happen in the past before, obviously, just through sheer experience, you know, waiting for Bitcoin to make a move before looking at alts is a higher probability situation. So that's exactly what we're doing. Matt says, think BTC will hit 11K again. Well, if you're talking about any time frame, I can't 100% say that it will, but I am 100%, my opinion is that it 100% will hit 11K. I can't guarantee it, obviously, but in my personal opinion, I am sure that it will hit 11K again. Beyond that, I'm very bullish on Bitcoin. It's like digital real estate. It is buying a finite amount of an asset that is traded and used globally, that is an emerging disruptive sector that is challenging trillion-dollar industries like the safe haven assets of precious metals, which is a $7-8 trillion industry, or just gold in itself, and then you got silver, which is a whole other asset, and then you got fiat currencies, which are like, I don't know, 30 trillion or something, some crazy amount of money. So the risk reward in terms of the potential that it will have is pretty unbelievable. So Not saying that Bitcoin will be the end-all, be-all, final crypto that will survive it all. No one can 100% say that it's going to be or not, but where it is right now, where it's holding 64-ish% of the dominance, it's been the leading crypto, the first crypto since day one, since inception. So unless we see a shift where we do see a reduction in the significance of Bitcoin and we see an emergence of a major alt turning into a major dominant player, then obviously we'll have to change our bias. But in my personal opinion, I don't want to speculate that there's this tiny alt that will somehow, thrive and become the next biggest Bitcoin that's bigger than Bitcoin. Personally, I would rather bet on what's happening right now and then wait until the shift is a little bit down the road, so I'm able to see the price action is actually showing we're in a strong uptrend, making higher highs and higher lows, seeing strong volume. There's indications. That's what I'm looking for, basically. Don't want to just enter on anything. I like relying more on price action than the story. In terms of the fundamental white paper, in terms of the story, I'd rather wait to see strong technical indications that show me that it's a trending, strong, has high volume, momentum mover, then I will be interested. So different ways of viewing the market. Thanks, bro. Wishing you the best. Subscribe. Yeah, thank you very much. Love to hear. Also, if you are interested in getting a higher definition quality, check out our YouTube. We are hosting a live there as well. So BTC is seeing some sell pressure coming into the market. We haven't broken the support zone, but we definitely are seeing some sell pressure in the market here. Prices falling close to our low that we've seen, rejecting off our resistance, yet again validating the zone as a strong level of descending supply. After the split, what's your prediction, Matt? So for those who might not know, the split, I assume he's talking about the halving, the Bitcoin halving, reducing the reward per block. But if you don't know what it is, we've made a video talking about it, and I'm sure you can figure it out just through YouTube and Google. But my personal prediction, I've looked at different I've looked at how it's played out in the past, and it's like a lot of people think it's like an instant fundamental catalyst like you would see on, for example, a news release on a stock or a quarterly report or like some catalyst. And it's not like that for Bitcoin. Like, it's not like the day of it's going to see some crazy spike in volume because now the BTC halving has occurred. It's going to be, in my opinion, a impact that will be seen months after the halving has occurred. Like before, we'll see a bit of a run-up beforehand, but then during the halving, maybe like a couple weeks after, I'm not going to expect a massive move to the upside or any real major catalyst, but it'll be the price appreciation for the 4 to 8 months to come after that and then beyond that will be exciting. So in my opinion, the summer and fall will be crazy, and then winter will be insane at end of 2020. Kind of like we saw 2017, where we started off a little bit slower in summer, where it was actually more kind of like, I kind of see the market currently at like middle of 2016-ish. So then we got half a year to go until we got started 2017, and then 2017 was absolutely nuts in terms of the bull run. It was basically straight up after breaking the previous all-time high, kind of at the start of 2017. End of 2016, we saw basically a straight line from that zone to 18, 19K. Basically at 20K was the high. And right now, I think for us to go to 20K, obviously this is huge speculation, but I'm thinking about the BLX chart. I have it so ingrained in my mind, which is this chart right here. Give me one moment. I have this chart so ingrained in my mind, I kind of know where things are. So we can see, we already talked about this, but I'm just giving you a visual representation. So I said we're kind of at end of 2016, start of 2017 area. So right here, end of 2016, start of 2017 area, right around here, right? Where is that close to? Well, it's close to the previous all-time high, right? Right here. This was the previous all-time high before we hit that 20K mark, which is the next all-time high right here. So we can see we're kind of close to that zone, right? And then once we break it, massive, like basically from 2017 onward, it was a massive bullish push. Now, what we're seeing right now, in my opinion, is going to be a consolidation until maybe 5-6 months from now, until we kind of get that break above 20K. And I personally think we'll be breaking 20K by this year. Before 2021, we will be breaking 20K, the all-time high, in my personal opinion. But I don't think that we'll be going into a massive parabolic phase until 2021, like mid-range. Then we'll kind of be into like this phase where we're just like really seeing the surge. So I don't exactly know when, but overall, that's kind of my outlook for what we could kind of see right here, because we see a consolidation. I think middle of 2020, we'll start to see the highs get tested, like 17, 18K, kind of July, August, somewhere around there maybe. And then starting fall, we'll start to see maybe a test, maybe breaking 20K, and then 2021, I think we'll start to really see that bullish push come in, start to see that parabolic volume. But I think 2020 we'll see a big shift in terms of the government, the regulation, the adoption, the spread in terms of the countries accepting and using blockchain and accepting Bitcoin as a legal form of money. I think 2020 will be a huge shift in that regard, but I think the massive price appreciation that people are looking for will be in 2021. Major speculation, obviously, but that's my overall outlook on BTC for the next foreseeable handful of months here. See more sell pressure coming into BTC yet again here. Ethereum down. EOS is coming back up a little bit. But overall, BTC is still trending down with strong sell volume coming in. But we'll see what it does. Other markets aren't moving crazy. SPY's not moving lower than it's open so far, it seems like. Gold's just hesitating, not really doing a whole lot, just kind of moving horizontally. Ethereum's just chilling. XRP is pretty low, but still hanging on there. I'm going to stick on Ethereum's chart. Yeah, EOS is coming back. Link is not looking nearly as good because it broke the zone. Let's see if there's another area we can draw for a trend line that would be able to make this valid again. We can see that zone right there cannot be used for 3 zones with just that wick there. So Now we got a potentially dependable zone. Buyers are slowly coming into the market here. All right, last question, if appropriate. Tezos, buy or pass? I have a few 500 or so. I personally don't know too much about it, to be completely honest with you. I like to stick to larger cap coins. So, like, I have more, but the main, like, obviously BTC, Ethereum. I do like exchange coins, like Binance Coin, I think is a beast, and Binance Exchange is awesome. I love it. So, obviously, instantly, like Binance Coin. I don't know too much about the coin that you're asking about, to be completely honest with you. So I can't really give you enough. I don't have enough information at this point in time, and I'm not going to source information right now to dig through it and research at this very moment. So I personally cannot say if it's a great investment or not, if it's a great speculation or not. But yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. I wish you the very best. Just FYI, I go based almost entirely off of not directly charting, but like I do use like in terms of fundamentals, in terms of the usability of and the idea of the actual project and the functionality and how much it is being used in a sense. But at the end of the day, price action is king for me, at least. I'm a trader first and a crypto enthusiast second. So in my view, like for example, even if this project, some example hypothetical project, sounds like it's the best project that anyone's ever built in the blockchain space ever, if there's no price action, I'm going to be very hesitant on providing any sort of capital or any sort of principal, because I value the price action so much, because I'm just that. I navigate through the markets in that way. So understanding price action is a skill that I've developed, and I try to use it for a lot of the decisions that I make within the markets. So I could just pull up a chart right now and talk about it, but at this point in time, I'm just kind of looking at what we're seeing in the markets right now. It's not extremely fast-paced, but I do want to focus on what's happening right now, being in tune with what's happening, being in tune with the order book, the time and sales, the buyers and sellers within the market, the zones, that all comes into play. And so to answer your question, I can't really give you an answer on that one. But later on, if you just join our Discord and maybe send me a message and say, hey, can you do a technical analysis on this coin? You can find me in the Discord. I am Keith, and I'll be able to help you out. So, initial reaction for the new 15-minute candle. We are seeing a decent amount of buy volume come into the market initially, which is good for our long bias that we could be seeing here. It's good that EOS is coming back for another potential retest of this zone as well, if we do get another rejection. But we'll see how the volume comes in. If we do see that buy volume still stronger than the sell volume, obviously that is an indication that there are more buyers that are confident than the sellers, because we see it quite often now at this point within the recent price action. But we're still going to just sit here and see what it does. So I'm also going to be working on some other stuff, so I might be a little bit quiet. I can't put on any music because YouTube puts a I forget what it was, but they basically prohibit us from using music. I know what the word is, but I just forget what the word is. I forget what it was. But anyways, yeah, we can't use music, so I would put on some good music, but unfortunately, unless I put on free copyright music, I cannot, and I'm not going to put on free copyright music that is possibly not great to listen to. So it'll just be a little bit of quiet, but that's okay. If you got any questions, drop them in the comment section below. I will be periodically looking at the comment section within YouTube and TikTok to answer any questions that people have. So if you've got any questions that just cross your mind, drop them in and I'll answer them. Change the thumbnail. I don't even think I can change the Oh, I can change the thumbnail right here. Sweet. Well, we're seeing a little bit more buy volume coming into the market here, which is good. We're seeing EOS come back and test our zone of confluence again. Now, if this gets rejected one more time, I'm probably going to be putting on a short trade because this is a really good opportunity here where we see a lot of zones respected that we're looking for. And if BTC doesn't push up in the near future, I think we'll just fail and push back down. And the $7,800 zone was just as a hesitation area that we will see until the price is going to push down further. So we'll see where it goes. We'll see how the price reacts. 10 minutes left on the 15-minute candle. Or what did you buy? Just out of curiosity. What program is that? This is called TradingView. It is a free program you can use on your web browser. This is a paid version, but you can use it absolutely for free. Which did you buy? I have the same question for Mr. S. McKay. Another person said TVX was a wild high in pre-hours. What the fuck happened? Yeah, pretty crazy move up and then it rejected really hard. Halts are pretty sketchy because if you are holding an asset within a halt, you can't get rid of it. And if it reopens at a much lower or higher price than you initially intended on selling, you can't manage risk at all, right? Like if you set a stop loss and if it just opens way below or way above your stop loss, you can't manage risk. That's super sketchy if you are trading with size and you are wanting to have a risk of maybe 1.5%, 2% or whatever on your portfolio. If it jumps twice that or 3 times that, well then you're losing a lot of money. So yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Which stock manager do you think is best to buy during the oil drop? Which stock/manager do you think is best to buy during an oil drop? I personally don't know. I don't really follow the commodities or oil market, to be completely honest. I really don't. I follow mainly the cryptocurrency market, so I wouldn't be the right person to ask for that particular sector. All right, see what else we have here. Just making myself a quick little meal. So Viral Videos asked, what are you currently looking at? I'm currently looking at EOS paired with US Tether, as well as Bitcoin as the main asset I'm currently looking at. So EOS is more of a short, although BTC is holding a level of support, so I want to ensure that BTC looks weaker before I look to enter short on EOS. And if BTC looks strong enough to enter a buy, it will take a little while before that happens, but if it does, then I will act and look at a potential opportunity to buy. But at this point in time, I'm mainly looking at shorting because Bitcoin doesn't really seem to be gaining that much buy volume. We're seeing weakening buy volume coming into the market, which is obviously not ideal. So we will see how the next couple candles close here. I'm just making some breakfast, so I will be back. I'm just getting my first meal of the day in here at around 11:15 or 11:12, I should say. Okay, let's see where we are here. At a candle closure, 15-minute chart on EOS looking pretty bearish, to be completely honest. But BTC still closed green. Pretty big rejection from a wick, but we're gonna see what the next candle brings us here. So if you got any questions, just drop them in the comment section below and I'll be able to answer them. We're just looking at the cryptocurrency market, looking to enter depending on what Bitcoin does. We are looking at EOS as well. But right now, we're just patiently waiting, looking for and waiting for an opportunity to come. Four percent risk. 8%. Do I really want to be pushing down 8% here? Looking at EOS as an entry and looking at the level of risk I would need. Basically, my next support is there, but I would really rather reduce my risk by basically half by entering back here to get that double top that I would be looking for. So we'll just put in our support here that we currently see 2.7. It's currently at around 2.7 basically is our support. So we'll put that there. That is going to be our potential first level take profit. So we have to understand that that is going to be kind of dictating what our risk reward parameters are going to be. The better entry we get, the better risk reward parameters we're going to have, because we kind of have a set take profit, we kind of have a set stop loss, previous high. So now we're just waiting to get that really good entry that it's able to reduce our risk and give as much reward as we can, still while giving room so the price is able to breathe. So I'm just going to get my other food here. I'll be right back. Doing it in sections. Okay, seeing a little bit of buy volume coming to EOS, but not a whole lot here. Got my little assortment of food for my lunch. He do be trading though. Yeah, so I'm trading cryptocurrencies right now. A little boring because there's not a whole lot happening right now. But this live is to explain, I guess, the daily life of a crypto trader, I guess, in a way. But then also for any questions that people have that can be answered by me. Maybe not. No, I am in the process of potentially putting on a trade, but I currently do not have any trades on, and I'm looking at the 5, the 15, and the 1 hour charts. So yes, it's going to be a little bit boring, but this is mainly for people who have any questions about trading, about psychology, about Performante, about our services, about our business, about our Discord, about our community, about cryptocurrencies, anything of that nature. I may not have all the answers, obviously, but just opening it up for people who have any questions that if I'm able to answer it, I'm able to answer it. That's great. But if not, then I will let you know that I'm unable to answer it. Hello, Destiny. How's it going? Well, it looks a little better. We're seeing increasing buy volume come in on the 15-minute chart, and it's not by much, but it still is increasing. We're not seeing as much buy volume as we did in the previous little bullish push that we had, but that bullish push was significantly greater. We're not really seeing any no supply candles within the recent price action, although we did see some no supply candles a little bit earlier on within the support, so that does indicate that we could see a lack of supply coming in potentially. But like always, we're always gonna wait until we have a confirmation before we enter. And right now, in my opinion, we still don't have a confirmation. So I don't want to jump the gun and enter without a level of certainty that I'm comfortable with. Now, we were always going to have uncertainty in the markets, but we're trying to reduce the uncertainty to a level we're comfortable with, and every single person is different. Some people are all right with having a very high level of uncertainty, whereas other people are going to be more patient and have to have a lower level of uncertainty. Sorry, than the people that are more patient are going to have a lower level of uncertainty. I had it right the first time. Sorry, I was mixed it up there. But depends on the type of person you are. Each person has their own personality of trading for sure. So to talk about other markets, gold is picking up a little bit. We're seeing a little bit more bullish volume coming in today, but still continuing the consolidation. We're not really moving up or down significantly on gold. SPY, or the S&P 500, is looking like it is breaking the previous low. And if it does break that previous low, I think we could see some bearish action again to come. We'll see how it goes, but usually if it breaks that recent low there, it's going to drop here, kind of like we saw here. There's a low, and then it dropped below the previous low right here. There's a lot of bearish volume that came into the market. Still not wanting to put on a trade on EOS yet. Number one, because it's not as close to the resistance as I'd like. Number two, Bitcoin is still not really at a place where I feel comfortable shorting because it's at a key level of support. So I don't want to be shorting into a support for BTC because it could bounce here pretty easily. So I got a couple of reasons why I'm being more patient right now. And it's also a Monday right after a weekend of massive volatility for the SPX, oil, so I want to see how the markets react and how this Monday morning is going to go kind of before I see the trend and the overall trend of the market. But right now, we're not really seeing much. We're seeing a consolidation looking like it's continuing. We did get a pretty strong bearish push this morning, like very, very early this morning. But at this point in time, we're just consolidating, being patient, and basically seeing if the price is able to break the descending resistance. Because if it is, then our bias will have to change. But right now, we're still looking to potentially try to get a little higher of a push on BTC, which will then push EOS a little bit higher, which will then provide a better risk reward for our trade. So we'll see where it goes. But right now, we're not taking action just yet. Hmm. Well, not a whole lot of movement, a lot of consolidation from BTC here. Got 4 minutes until this bar or this candle closes. 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Currently bearish, very lack of volume. So if it closes bearish and then the next 15-minute candle is bullish, then this candle will be a no supply candle, giving us an indication that the bears or the sellers are weakening. There's a loss of strength for the bears. But we can't make that assumption yet. We gotta wait until we have the candle close right now, which is in around 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and then we need that next 15-minute candle to close. So nothing crazy happening right now. We're not really going to be doing anything until we see more things happen within the market. What's going on? Not a whole lot, just looking at the crypto market. Not too much happening at this very moment. So just chilling. Not entering just yet. It's not really looking like it's holding here. But we do got quite a bit of rejection on the daily candle there. We'll see where it goes. Monday, second week of March. Well, we got BTC still holding that zone. We're being tightened very close to the apex here, where we're getting basically right at the apex of the zone, where we're either going to break to the upside, breaking the resistance, or we're going to break to the downside, breaking the support. Benjamin says, yo, yo, what's up, Benjamin? When do I buy oil and who do I buy? That I cannot answer you. Or I cannot answer. I do not follow the commodities or oil market. I do not know fundamentally what would be the best buy in that market. So fortunately, I do not know. So basically, I'm going to leave it there. I don't want to go off on a tangent or anything. So going to keep it nice and short and sweet. I'm currently trading in the cryptocurrency market and don't really have any exposure to crude oil, nor am I looking for exposure in crude oil. But yeah, a lot of movement today. For sure, a lot of movement. Bitcoin question mark? Not sure exactly what I mean, but if you're talking about purchasing Bitcoin, it did dump quite a bit recently, so the momentum is definitely more towards the to the downside, sorry. But in that said, we are holding a nice descending trend line. If it does break, we are squeezing closer to what we call an apex of our zone, which is kind of the end of our, if you want to call it. So we're kind of nearing the end of our funnel. The price has to make a decision, either to go to the upside or downside. Now, if it does go to the upside, we have this pretty specific set of criteria that we need to hit before we look to enter into the market. But we're just looking for volatility. We're looking for the path of least resistance. We're looking for a high probability situation that will be occurring in the markets. And this Monday so far, we haven't traded anything just yet, but that's okay. Woke up pretty early in the morning, didn't really catch anything. I saw the price coming towards its support here, and we've been holding since. I think I got it at like 5:15. Let's see what my first post was. My first post was 6:13. Probably woke up at 5:15, 5:20 then. Because I had coffee, took the dog out, did some stuff. So Okay. Well, we see a little bit of interest here from the buyers. Picking it up. See no supply. Lots of volume on the next candle. That's looking pretty good. Might actually start averaging here. Will it go below 7K? No one will guarantee anything. I can't guarantee anything. Who knows? I can't give you that answer. I don't get how Bitcoin exists. Temporary halt in trading. I don't get how Bitcoin exists. It's a distributed ledger that's decentralized. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. It's connected by computers, similar to the internet. There's no single entity that owns the internet. The internet is a connection of computers that is able to connect computers around the world, basically, so they can interact to each other and interact and talk to each other, kind of. And blockchain is just, I guess, the next step in the internet age, where instead of now being able to send information, you can now send assets. So seeing more buy volume coming into the market here from BTC, which is good. Our bias was not to short, so obviously with the market moving up, that was a good call on our end. Where's Ethereum? There's Ethereum. Ethereum actually looking not too bad here. Should just go like this. Like so. Temporary halt in trading. Let's see the SPY. Looks like it's still trading. Mind you, the trading view chart is delayed, so I don't exactly know. It's 15 minutes delayed, but gaining some more buy volume for BTC. Good to see. Good for our overall bias, that is for sure. This trend line is looking like it could hold on Gemini, which is also good. Link looking better for a potential opportunity for a long. Patience, man. That's the name of the game. It's just waiting for the good opportunities. Very, very, very important to understand waiting until you have the absolute best. Like, for example, even now, even if you were looking for shorts now, EOS is in a prime space here for a short here. Really, really good. But we'll see where BTC is, because we don't want to enter, obviously, on a breakout to the upside short. So we were looking, but it's a good hedge, right? Like, we got BTC for a long here. We also have Link for a good long, and then we have EOS for a nice short for a hedge opportunity if the market does present itself in a mixed kind of message way. But right now, it's looking pretty good. Wow, Link is gaining more buy volume, as we can see, a significant amount. Wow. Good. Well, glad we waited. Glad we had our patience, because the market is now coming back to us. EOS is basically exactly where we want it if we were to look to short. Right now, I'm a little bit hesitant at this point. But, you know, if we are looking for a short opportunity, EOS is looking really, really good. At the point to which it breaks the resistance and then it doesn't look good anymore. But, you know, where we currently are right now, I'd say it's a pretty ideal situation for a short. There's a lot of confluence where we are. But then, again, in that said, if we break the descending trend line for Link, which we're currently very close to breaking, that'll also look very bullish. I'm going to keep on the 15-minute chart for EOS. It just looks a lot more cleaner. Okay, well, BTC is looking like it's breaking out, but we haven't really seen a breakout yet, nor have we made a higher high. So no entry yet, but it's looking more bullish. Quite a bit more bullish, actually. So keeping that in mind, we're looking now for a higher high to form, and then we're looking to enter on the higher low. But it definitely looks a lot more bullish now. Link is probably going to see some bullish volume coming into the market, most likely, which I will be somewhat prepared for. But where we currently are, the most recent high is pretty far away. Oops. But I don't really want to be longing right into this strong level of resistance right here. I'd rather be waiting until it breaks around the $4 range for me to be looking to enter. But BTT does look quite a bit stronger here. Gold's not doing much. SPY's not doing much. BTC is looking like it's breaking on the smaller time frame here. Although we do want to be cautious, we are looking a little bit more long bias, just because BTC is where it currently is. But we will wait until BTC kind of has a higher high, kind of breaking this zone we currently are in, or at least making a little bit more of a consolidation sideways, kind of really reassuring that we're at that zone, and then we'll make potentially a higher low, and then we'll want to enter at that higher low ideally, and then we're going to get that strong move towards the upside hopefully. So we do have a plan that we're going to stick to, and we're basically going to just trade what the market gives us here. We are counter trend trading, so we do have to be cautious. But overall, it's looking pretty good here. Basically, if EOS goes above this zone, I'm not even going to want to enter this trade. But where it currently is a pretty phenomenal point where we could be looking to enter if we were looking bearish. But right now, I'm kind of not, so I don't really want to be looking for any shorts. Mainly looking at BTC here, Bitcoin. Seeing it break above the zone now. Seeing it get a little bit of a pullback here. Got 10 minutes until this candle closes, so we got a decent amount of time. We do see an ascending trend line connect right here. You can probably just put it at that zone like so. But we're not going to leave it there. We already know that there's higher lows, or this is a higher low from here. Getting a nice little pullback from BTC, it looks like.
So we're seeing a little bit more buy volume come in. Not a tremendous amount, but we're seeing the 15-minute kind of consolidate right where we kind of open, not seeing a whole lot of movement either to the upside or downside. But EOS is in a pretty good spot for a short. We're not ready for that yet. But it's getting there. Just getting a small minor pullback from Bitcoin right now, retesting that previous level of resistance as a new level of support. We got around 5 minutes left until this 15-minute candle closes. We got around 5 minutes left until, I believe, just give me one moment. Let's see how many hours until the 1 hour closes. Or how many minutes, sorry, you got 35 minutes until the 1 hour closes. We got 15. We got 5 minutes till the 15 closes, so it's looking not bad. Might actually enter a small position on this trade here, to be completely honest. Broke the zone. Lots of buy volume. Not a lot of sell volume. Buying getting eaten up. It's not a bad trade. Let's just look at this right here. can get rid of this. We don't need that. So that's the trade potential. Don't enter just yet, but I'm really looking at entering almost here. Three minutes till this candle closes. Let's just look at the 4 hour. 4 hour has 30 minutes till it closes. Let's see how the 1 hour is doing. When I'm not doing bad, it's a little bit. It's not really. I guess that's a no supply right there. No supply right there. No supply. No, not on that one. But no supply on that one. No supply on that one. Yeah, I got just under 2 minutes left until this candle closes here. I'd really like to see it hit this zone and then come back, and then I enter where I currently have my trade placed. That is ideal situation. If we hit here, come back, and then break above. So if we're looking for longs, that would be a good opportunity. Link has pulled back, validated it really well here. That looks pretty good. Let's just see on a different time frame. We got 1 minute and 15 seconds until the 15-minute closes. Yeah, personally do not want to be entering right underneath a resistance zone on Link for a long, because I would be. Not ideal. Doesn't necessarily I won't get past it, but I think we will see some hesitation at these zones. We might fall back, make a higher low, and that would be the entry we're looking for, but I'm going to hold off for now. Bitcoin pushing up in the last minute. Okay, yes, is basically right at our key zone here. It's basically a phenomenal entry. We're seeing increasing buy volume, so don't want to touch that right now. We'll see if there is a little double top, and then if we're getting a no demand in the second top, that would be a really good opportunity. Next 15-minute candle on BTC is kind of stationary right now. We got less buy vol, or we see less buy volume coming in after the break, so we could see a little pullback here, making a higher low. That'd be good. So then we can enter potentially on that higher low. I'd be able to be a little bit more comfortable with entering at that point in time. I would be pretty proud of that trade if I took that. Rejected once. Really significant zone here. I would be pretty happy with that trade if I took it. The only thing is BTC is looking good. I could enter both and just hedge myself. BTC is in fact moving higher and higher. We're seeing decreasing volume though, that's the thing. Decreasing buy volume. On the 15-minute. On the 5-minute, we're seeing decreasing buy volume too. So yeah, I'm going to wait a little bit longer. Testing this zone here, which is good. Can bring it down here. And test this zone, like so. If it goes above that, that's good. So we'll just leave that there. Decreasing volume, but it's looking attractive. Let's just say that. Because it definitely is looking more attractive for long sides here. Very, 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 very good potential here on Bitcoin for a long, in my opinion. I'm just would like to see increasing volume coming other than decreasing volume. We're seeing decreasing buy volume coming right now, which isn't ideal. Risk 1.5. I could risk a little bit more. But it's looking pretty damn good here. Getting right up to that high. If it breaks it, definitely going to be looking to enter here. My short is basically done. I'm not really looking at this point. It's more Link and BTC at this point. So we'll see where they go. I'm at the point where I'm just ready to pull the trigger here. I don't want to just yet. We still see decreasing buy volume. Once we see a little bit more increasing volume coming in, then obviously we'll look a little bit more bullish, and I'd like to enter at that point. But for now, we're still seeing decreasing volume come in. We need to see a decent amount of volume come in for me to see more volume than the previous candle, but it's looking like there's more activity coming, so that's good. Let's just see how Link looks. Link looks good as well.
And let's get links tab ready as well. Yeah, I like BTC more than Link personally, because Link I'd have to kind of break through above this zone for me to break above that high, whereas BTC I don't really have to break nearly as high for me to start to break our current high that we need to break in order to break the market structure. Okay, got a couple of questions here. Is America doomed? I don't think so. I think people who are not educating themselves on the current economic situation of the globe are doomed. If you have no idea, if you don't understand the shift that's happening, if you don't understand some basic rules of money, I think in our lifetimes, if you're 30 and under, you will definitely see some crazy shifts in monetary policy and what we look and classify as money. So it will be interesting. So as the time goes on here, as we're able to hold above the zone, I'm looking to enter long. It just broke the descending zone, looking like it's breaking market structure high. I'm just waiting for volume to start picking back up, so we get more buy volume than sell volume. Then I will be looking more to long. Are we really heading towards a global recession? I personally do think so. I'll just quickly touch on a couple of reasons why I think so. Look what the central banks are doing, not what they're saying. There's only two things that central banks can really be doing. The first one is changing interest rates, so lowering interest rates to try to stimulate the economy. Number two would be increasing the money supply, aka quantitative easing. So if you look at a lot of the first world countries that you're looking at in the main civilized worlds here, it's looking at Japan, Switzerland, Germany, Poland, lots of Europe. They all have negative interest rates, and America doesn't have negative interest rates. But Trump has said himself that he wants negative interest rates, or at least zero interest rates, which is artificially low, and it's an attempt to try to stimulate the economy by trying to create less friction and trying to incentivize more borrowing and lending, basically, in the economy. So that just shows you, if you're at negative interest rates, not even zero, negative, what do you think they're trying to do so hard? Well, they're trying to stimulate the economy. It's a lot, right? It's not working. Like, look at Europe. They're not in a great situation. Look at Japan. They've been in a deflationary spiral for like a decade, like a long time, like 5 years, 6 years, almost a decade. It seems like a while. So there's a lot of factors at play. I can't get into every single factor, but just looking at the interest rates around the world, looking at how much quantitative easing and the repo markets, just to me, it makes sense that we are finally going to get a correction or a recession or a depression, whatever it's going to be, because it can't go on forever. You know, before 2008, we had somewhat normal interest rates, and we look at the balance sheet. I'd pull it up for you right now. It's in a couple of our videos.
The amount of money that they printed in quantitative easing is just absurd, and that's not we're not seeing inflation because of the velocity of money, but at the end of the day, when you increase the supply of anything drastically, it is going to have a reaction on the underlying asset of whatever you're increasing the supply of, aka in this particular case, basically all fiat currencies of the world. Basically every fiat currency, they're printing a shit ton. The yuan for China, the yen for Japan, the Canadian dollar for Canada, Australia, US, all like ECB, all these central banks are printing enormous amounts of money. And this means that this is going to reduce the value of the currency over time, right? It's not going to happen instantly, but simple supply and demand, increased supply, reduced the value of the currency. So, and that's all they can do. They've reduced our interest rates so low that they no longer have the option to lower them even more. So now they have to now just print money, and that's all they can do to try to combat this recession. So that's why I think cryptocurrencies and gold and silver are good hedges, if not great investments. Personally, obviously, this is an opinion. Don't take it at face value, do your own due diligence, but this is why I think that cryptocurrencies are a great way to hedge against the global economy, because they are an uncorrelated asset, meaning they're not going to follow generic things, traditional assets like stocks. And they are also a hedge against the dollar and other fiat currencies because of the deflationary fixed supply characteristics that cryptocurrencies have. So a lot of positives. I hope that gives you a better explanation about my view on it. Can you look at BRKA and see if it's a good stock for the earnings per share? I use the Robinhood app. Yeah, I'm currently not going to, because I'm currently about to enter, looks like BTC. If it does start to break up here, we do see increasing buy volume coming into the market, which is great to see. So I'm definitely focused on something else right now, so I won't be able to help you. So let me know in the Discord, and I'll probably be able to help you out. But at this point in time, I'm not really going to be looking at any stocks because I'm focusing on the cryptocurrency market. So we got two opportunities here. Oops. We got BTC as one, and then we got Link as another. Now we want to see how this closes. We've got a minute and a little bit until this closes. Another question came in. What website or software do you use to trade? I use a software or a website called TradingView. Great software, great website all around. Very, very happy with it. I've been using it for years. It's phenomenal. I absolutely love it. I cannot recommend it enough. I have not found a charting software that is as good as TradingView. So that, it's not like it says a lot, but it definitely says something, because I was searching for a while to find a good software to trade, and this is definitely by far the best. And I use MotiveWave for my equities trading. And then Forex you can use with TradingView, crypto you can use with TradingView, and I just use MotiveWave for my equities. So 20 seconds left until this 50-minute candle closes here. It's looking pretty good. We got increasing buy volume coming into the market. Okay. Just looking here at the order book and time and sales. Fucking hell, OBS.
Little bit of a laggy situation right now. I'm really just trying to get a little position on here. It's pretty frustrating. My Wi-Fi is being a fucking mess right now. I need to get a fucking line instantly. It's slowly coming. It's slowly coming. Okay, I'm running my computer or my phone here for a fucking calculator. I entered. I would like to post on the Discord. I'm just putting in a stop loss, and I want to know exactly how I'm risking, how much I'm risking. Okay, cool. So then I will let everyone know that I'm entered on here. I just had to set some stuff in and make sure everything was good. Got a stop loss set. Everything's good before I enter because I don't want to not set a stop loss while I'm typing the price go down, and obviously that's happened before, and that's why I do this first. So So this is my trade. Perfect. Okay. Would it be smart to also enter Litecoin or Ethereum? Litecoin behaves the same as BTC. Is this Bitcoin? Yes. So what are we currently doing? I'm currently long Bitcoin right now. Set a stop loss. There's a trade. TP potential 1, risk reward of 2 to 1. 3 to 1, 4 to 1. Back to our key level of resistance. Would probably be around here. So let's just move this up a little bit. Actually, let's just make it wider because it's a pretty wide range that we're working with, not an exact zone. So let's just make that a little bit wider. And this is going to be our new area of resistance here. So we can kind of delete all this. We don't really need that. This is what we're going to go off of. So we'll see how far it bounces. We are looking to reduce our risk, but not instantly. The next area we're probably going to move the stop loss up is probably halfway, so reducing our risk by half. Initial risk is around 1.7%-ish. So we will see how this candle closes. Very, very important. Because we did make a higher high in terms of the wick, but in terms of the candle closure, we might. We'll see how it goes. We do see increasing buy volume coming into the market after the break of the descending zone, which is good. Overall, we see much more buy volume on the way up than sell volume on the way down. We see a couple of no supply candles. Let's just take a look at them right now. So initially, let's just look. Getting closer to our support. This is a no supply right here because the next candle is bullish. That's a no supply. We see this candle a no supply as well, giving us a second validation that when we're near our key level of support, we should be seeing the price get pushed down. We're not. We're seeing a lack of supply within this candle. We see a very, very limited amount of transactions taking place right there, less than the two previous candles. And we also see one on this candle right here. So we close the 15-minute chart here, or 15-minute candle green. We're now seeing increasing buy volume coming into the market, which is great to see. I'm personally going to basically stick with the current trade we have without really deviating too much. I have my stop loss where it is. If it goes below that zone, then fine, so be it. It hits that area. That sucks. I'll take that loss. But yeah, it's not looking bad right now. I'm pretty happy with that candle closure. It did push back down quite a bit, but you know, we still closed green. We're still above our candle closures. So in my eyes, we closed above the candle closures for the previous high. So we broke that previous high. So we made a structural higher high. So basically at this point, everything checks off and my criteria is now complete. And all there is left to do is to just manage the trade as best I can. I'm pretty happy with the entry. I really like that quote, you're only as good as your last trade. Which, for me, is a really, really big thing. You're only as good as your last entry because it's really, really easy to enter a shit trade. And it's harder to enter a good trade. It requires an immense amount of patience and but more systematically approaching the markets the same way and actually being able to act on it. Which is not easy. It's not easy sometimes. But you just gotta have discipline and be ready to stick with a plan and not take action until the right things come into play. Like, for example, right here, we were waiting for the price to shift, to break the zone. We saw it break the zone. We waited for a little bit longer. We saw higher highs and higher lows. We saw the market make a higher high. Volume changed from bearish to consolidation. We saw no supplies. This was the volume accumulation phase, and now we're hopefully going to get a markup phase that we will see in the near future. So that's the goal here. We'll see if we get it. It's not looking too bad right now. It's actually looking pretty solid. We'll just basically stick with the plan here. I'm pretty happy with that overall entry. You know, as a trader, all you can kind of do is, government's not testing COVID-19.
Recession coming. Yep. So what are we currently doing, G? Recession coming. Yep. So yeah, not a whole lot of interaction on TikTok, but as a trader, you don't have control over when you win. You can't. You don't know what the market's going to do. You can speculate and you can have patterns that are dependable through a series of trades, series of 20 to 25 trades, but you can't have an edge on any single trade just based off of technical chart patterns. You can't. But over a series of trades, you can. So that's why you have to have a dependable, repeatable system and a set specific criteria that you can use to trade and find an edge in the market. Without using fundamentals, you can still profitably trade in the market, which is what I like to do. So a little bit of information on that. 4-hour closed. Good to see. More bullish volume than the previous green volume bar, which is good. Right at the key level of demand. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that overall, with that entry. We're seeing the price slowly increase now, potentially shifting back towards the upside. You know, we're seeing the weekly candle right at our zone. We're seeing the daily candle right here, right at our zone. We got about just under 3 hours left until this candle closure. You know, it's not looking bad. So we'll stick with the plan, be patient, but there's not much more to do for the rest of the day. We were patient, we waited, and then we finally got what we were looking for, and we took action, we entered, we placed our trade, our stop loss is set. There's nothing else to do for us, for our job as a trader, other than wait and manage the trade, which would basically mean to slowly move the stop loss higher as the price continues upwards, try to maximize the trade, and basically extract as much money as I can out of each trade I take, basically is the goal for any trader. So might get a little bit of food to eat. That was basically entry. You saw it from start to finish within the YouTube live. 3 hours and 10-20 minutes in is when I enter. You can see basically from me looking at the charts, not seeing the break, into patiently waiting for the break, patiently waiting for everything to come together, and then me entering. So that's why we're doing it, so people can learn, people can see from start to finish what I'm thinking of, what we're looking for, and all that stuff, because it's definitely not easy to try to understand how to trade if you've never really been beside or like heard a trader before. But anyway, that's how you patiently wait for an entry. So at this point, if it pulls back, we do absolutely nothing. If it hits our stop loss, well then so be it. We put it in our journal, take a picture of it, learn from it, and move on. And best case scenario, we take profits and we make money. But regardless of the outcome, we're not going to take it to heart emotionally or personally at all. Doesn't matter if we win big. We're not going to assume that we're absolute beast mode. We're God. We're not going to lose. We're not going to think about that at all. You gotta bring a poker face every day, and you're not going to think that you are all that, you're the best, but you also have to be very confident that you're able to actually take trades. So there's a fine line of being overconfident and still being confident enough to go through with your analysis, trust your analysis, and be able to trade without fear, because that is something that is also a skill. Because when you have money on the table, when you have risk on the table, like for example, I have risk currently on the table. If the price moves down, I will be losing money. But that's an uncertain trade I'm putting on. I have no idea if this is going to make me money. I can tell you all the reasons why I think it's going to go up in the near term future. I can tell you that. But at the end of the day,
I don't truly know. So having that mentality when you're trading is very important, in my opinion. So just a little bit of psychology there. Not going to enter this. I'm not really looking at that anymore. EOS could actually be a really good hedge, to be completely honest with you. Like, that's a really good hedge. And what I might actually do is put on a hedge. Because if BTC does break down, that would be a very, very significant move if it breaks this key level of 7,800. But right now we're not going to, obviously, because it's still looking fine, not a problem. But if it starts to come kind of halfway to our zone here, it may make sense to kind of, or to our stop loss, it may make sense to add a hedge. Because we've been looking at EOS for a while, we've been talking about this key zone of confluence for the sellers. We have an anchor point right here. We have our first touch point, and then this is going to be our second touch point, our second valid, or I guess our third touch point and our second reaction after we've formed the trend line. But it's looking like an area that would have a lot of sell sensitivity. But then this is also going against our bias of BTC, so that is why we are not just entering both instantly. But as we can see, this bearish engulfing candle from EOS on the 15-minute chart does look pretty dang attractive for an opportunity for a short. But got 5 minutes on the 15, not seeing that much sell pressure on the pullback, which is good. And we do have to expect a pullback sometime when we are trading, which is completely normal. We got tons of space here. We do have an ascending trend line as well, creating a potential support zone for this pullback if it does go a little deeper than we expect. But right now, we're just in our long, but we're looking at this as well. Because if this dumps, EOS is definitely the train we're jumping on for an opportunity. And looks like an opportunity here too, right? We got a previous level of support and resistance right around here. And it's retesting that right now. And if we're getting an entry down here, it would actually be a pretty good opportunity, because then you got this whole move here before you hit the next real major resistance. Which, if you're entering around here, stop loss below kind of that low, maybe 1.5 risk reward. Maybe if you tighten it up a little bit, you could get a 2 risk reward at that zone. And then if it goes beyond further, that's great. Mainly, I'm just looking at EOS because I already got exposure for the long side on BTC here. Oops. Got 2 minutes left. Holding that support there pretty nicely, it seems, which is good. Got a lot of room until our support, or until our stop loss, sorry, which is right underneath the support. So theoretically, I'm not wrong there, but I may enter a smaller position on BTC and also enter Ethereum, and may have to pick up some BNB for that discount too. Yeah, and BNB definitely looks like an opportunity. BNB dropped on a lot, actually. I was quite surprised how far it dropped. It plummeted. Look at that, fucking plummeted. Crazy how fast moves can just dissipate into thin air. $16. Yeah, and we were at 26 basically at the middle of February. So we're seeing a decent amount of buy volume come in on this candle right here, pushing the price back up above its open. We don't see it close yet on the 15-minute chart, but we do see a lot of pressure pushing the price back up, which is great to see for our long position. BTC analysis. Yep, so I'm trading Bitcoin right now. I'm actually long Bitcoin from not too far from where we currently are, 7834. It's currently at 7853, so I'm up like $20 or something, probably not much. And then I have a stop loss at 7700-ish, 7704, and then my take profit zones are looking at risk reward areas as well as key areas of supply that we could be hitting. But at the end of the day, I will be looking at the volume. I will be assessing the price action and understanding where key areas are and taking profits a little bit more dynamically. But I will have hard take profits at a risk reward of 2-1 because this is a counter trend trade, because the momentum is to the downside. Obviously, BTC saw a massive bearish push this weekend, and now we are trying to identify the bottom of that push using our 3 criteria approach, and we just entered looking for a potential reversal, pushing the price back up with a strong correction to the upside. So that is our speculation right now in the market, and that is currently what we are looking for. I still have the question of should I hedge in my head. Because low key, I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. Oh, moving the wrong one here. But BTC is still looking strong. I will wait. All right, I'm gonna get some food here. Sounds about right. Although it might come down a bit more, says Travis Leon. Potentially. I got my analysis. You can look back at the YouTube live that we made. So it's about probably 4 hours now, but I just basically do a YouTube live covering daily swing and day trades in the cryptocurrency market every single day. And you can see why we entered, where we put our stop loss, where we put our stop loss, and everything kind of why we did things the way we did. Now, this is, like I said, a counter trend trade, so we are going to be taking profits a little bit quicker. But with basically the straight line down that we had, I do think that we will get some level of a correction where we'll get a little bit more of a bullish move here coming up. So that's the overall outlook for this trade. We'll see if it actually comes through. But not much to do at this point other than sit and wait. So I'm going to turn off the TikTok here. There's not a whole lot more to go about. I'll keep the YouTube live going, but thank you very much for joining us on the TikTok. We appreciate all the people who are interacting, engaging with us. We really appreciate it. And until next time, thank you very much. We do this because we try to help educate, answer any questions, and kind of go through how we navigate through the cryptocurrency market. So thank you very much for watching. Well, not seeing much buy volume come into the market, although if we close here, we still got 7 minutes left, obviously. We do have a higher high form, which is closing above the zone, which is good to see, really signifying that the close is above our current recent high, which we did break, but not significantly, and where the current price is, which if it does close there, would signify a really strong close above that area, signifying that it is now a higher high. We could be seeing a higher low. The current doji that we just had could have been the higher low. We don't exactly know. But even if it does pull back to that low of the wick of the doji or even a little bit further, we just have to remain patient, expect that the price will still come back in the end. We did leave this much room for a reason. At the end of the day, it's a probabilistic chance. We've created our plan, and we'll only really move our stop loss if the price goes towards our intended direction. Breaks probably above this level of resistance at around $8,000. If it breaks above that, we could probably move our stop loss to close to break even, if not at break even. And then we'll be looking phenomenal, because by that point, we'll have no risk on the table. We'll be close to our risk reward of 2 to 1. And then obviously being in a risk-free trade with exposure to the long side in the cryptocurrency market is a position everyone wants to basically be in. So we'll see how it goes. That's the plan for now. We're not really going to be doing anything else. I don't really want to be looking at alts at this moment. Mainly just want to be looking at BTC. There's a lot of instability, uncertainty in the overall market right now, with oil crashing, stocks crashing. Gold's actually not doing so bad, but there's definitely a lot of volatility in the market. So we do have to understand and make sure that we're playing a little bit cautious until we have a more clear view of the overall trend, because right now we are longing and we just bottomed out on a massive push to the downside, as we can see. So, we don't really want to be going against the trend. This is very, very against the trend, but this is a very key level of support that we've been talking about for a very long time. So in my opinion, it does make sense that there will be a level of reaction at that area, which we currently are seeing right now. Not tremendous, but still we are seeing some buyers enter the market. So we'll see how it goes. We basically set everything up. We made a new higher high. Everything checks off in my book, so I'm definitely going to be entering of a potential reversal where we're seeing a downtrend consolidation and now potential uptrend here. But we will see. We can see on the daily chart, we can see it's a very key zone as well. So it's just a matter of if the buyers are going to be actually looking to enter the market. And it will be interesting, because this isn't an exactly test, but when you do see lots of volatility, especially to the downside for a lot of these traditional assets, it's interesting to see how more, I was going to say, give me one moment. It's interesting to see how more of young assets like cryptocurrencies react. I'm interested in to see how they will react when a significant amount of volatility, meaning like when the real market correction comes 40-50%. I'm going to see what BTC is doing. It'll be interesting. But right now, we just adjusted this descending trend line a little bit on our daily candle or a daily time frame here. we could do that with this as well. I think what we're going to do is just close this out, refine it a little bit more like so, and then put the projection on the outside. Oh, that's a little bit difficult to click there. So like so. And then we're going to put the projection on the outside. So then now we've got a nice descending zone that the price could be respecting. So I might turn this YouTube live off. There's not a whole lot more to talk about really. I'm just going to be in this trade. We've already discussed it within the day trading chart. So I posted a previous one and then I posted a more extensive one where I have entered BTC long at 7834. As we can see, 7834. I set my stop loss at 7704, 7704. And then risk reward of 2 is at, like, basically I just put basically what the overall trade plan is, because I provide these videos, and in every single BTC market update that I do every single day, we just describe basically what trades we're in, how we're managing it, so people who are in the premium version get the exact... Oh, crap. I'm going to tell people. Right. I got to do one thing. Edit. Hey... Guess I will write about the larger time frames as well, because obviously that is very important. All right. Might do it on the daily. 4 hours a little bit squishy for the amount of information I want to put in it. I'd say the Heikin Ashi probably it does it justice. Yeah, I'd say so. Oops. Not really gonna put those there. Not even talk about the weekly. It's fine. Well, we are well above the zone. We're closing, so that's good. We're not going to be doing anything in terms of raising our stop loss just yet, but we are going to probably do it if we break this next little level here. So what I'm talking about is we see a little level right here. If we're able to break that zone into this range, we'll probably move that stop loss a little bit higher, but as of right now, I do not think that it's ready, and I want to give that price room to breathe in case of it pulling back and then putting me out of the trade and then moving up forward. So I've done that enough times that I've learned to discipline myself not to move the stop loss up very quickly. The decreasing volume coming in on the 3-minute and on the 15 and on the 5. We'll see how this 5-minute candle closes.